Alright, well, hello everyone. Welcome to Supermarket Sim. Hello, Scarix. Technically, it is Friday. It's past midnight. Technically, I'm counting this as a Thursday stream. Just because it's literally like just midnight. But yeah, I am turning down the volume on this because it seems a little loud to me. And also, I'm fairly certain that I changed some settings on my mic when we were doing Minish Cap. And made my mic a little quieter, so it just makes sense to make the game a little quieter to try and match up. So it was a little loud. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. I mean, it also could be that particular music was just loud. Seems like Evoland might just be loud in general. As that Super Mario World. So yeah, for those who have seen, for those who may have missed the previous stream, or maybe didn't see the last VOD. The last two VODs, technically, we've been having this issue with music getting claimed. The first was just all of the music that's in Supermarket Simulator default got claimed. And so I was like, okay, I can fix that. And so I replaced all the music. Apparently, all of the Try Hard Ninja tracks get claimed on Twitch. And Twitch's reaction to claimed music is simply just mute it and move on. And unfortunately, if you've watched the previous VOD, you know that there were several sections that were randomly muted. Despite that, I then turned around and, upload it to YouTube, where YouTube was like, oh, this is like Markiplier, so we don't have the two Markiplier songs, because I guess the group that helped him make those songs, like, they have the songs set up to be claimed. I doubt that Markiplier was the one that set them up. So, but I don't know. But it seems like the group that he worked with put it into the content ID, because it's like when like Space is Cool play, YouTube recognized it as Markiplier and whatever the other group was. And so I was like, well, that's unfortunate. So I took those out. I took out the Try Hard Ninja, tracks. And then promptly replaced that, 15 minutes of music with another hour of other tracks. So still no Dawn Trail. I haven't done that yet. 69. Oh, it was 69.50. So, rip. I unfortunately may need to consider getting a third checkout. Because I'm looking and seeing all of this, but both of our checkouts are already full. And while I'm pretty quick, freaking, he's slow. So I did discover that you can boost these guys, like, all the way up to the red. Doesn't make them faster, but it makes the boost last longer. That said, all of the mods that usually, like I'm always watching the Game Grumps playthrough, and they post an episode a week. So it's like, yeah, I can kind of comment on.
Unbelievable. You.
Subject name here.
Stuff,
Must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
Each time. Thank you for the redemption. Actually, literally had just taken a drink, but I will take more. All of the mods that the Grumps have added to their playthrough apparently broke in their latest episode. That or it's just how they're playing, I don't know. But their restockers just stopped working. Like, they walked into a wall and just stood there and did nothing. And I was laughing so hard. So I'm like, okay, first off, I mean, Aaron doesn't put anything away. So he's got a million things. And he doesn't know where they go in the storage because he doesn't put them away himself. And so then he's freaking out about the whole, I don't know where they go. And, he, bought a bunch of new products and things. I'm just like, yeah. See, this is why I am playing the way that I am. Because I know what I have and where it is in the storage unit. Hey! What is that? Casino Night? From Sonic 2? Luckily, Sega doesn't often, if ever, copyright claim. So, alrighty, that's fine if you gotta go. It is super late after all. I usually stream much earlier in the day. But I didn't know. So, Thanksgiving, we have a bunch of people come over, and we have a whole bunch of family come over, and we do this big get-together where we hang out, play board games, eat dinner, etc. And then almost every time, the next day, day after Thanksgiving, we do another get-together where my mom cooks this absolutely awful turkey soup that is it's legitimately awful. At least in my opinion. But the entire family comes over again for that. And when I made the schedule, first off, I didn't even think about Thanksgiving. I had to go in and edit that last minute to add in Thanksgiving on Thursday. It's no stream because I completely had forgotten. And then, like, after I made the schedule and I, like, posted it and everything and was, showed it off and whatnot, like, a couple of days, well, not as soon as, but a couple of days later, I was like, oh, wait, people usually come over on Friday. So I decided, like, well, what I'll do is I'll just ask and see if we're planning on doing that. And my mom went, I don't know. I'm like, well, I need to know, like, now, essentially. As soon as you can tell me, because I need to know whether I'm working tomorrow. And she's like, yeah, I'll find out. And then promptly she went to sleep. She went to bed. So I have no idea if they're going to be over tomorrow. And if they are, then I won't be able to stream. So I figured I would stream now, and we can have some fun now. And then if people don't come over tomorrow, and thus I am able to work, then I will go ahead and just stream again. So... $11 freaking $12 for Pablo Sugar. Good gravy, dude. So that's my plan, is that there will be no stream tomorrow. With the exception that if it turns out that people aren't coming over, then there will be a stream tomorrow. But I figured I better play Supermarket Sim this week. On this stream. And then if people don't come over and I'm able to stream, then we can just do a double this week. So we get 2 Supermarket Sims this week. But if people don't come, or if people do come over, then we still get our weekly Supermarket Sim. So that said, I did order my computer. I did order my new computer. It is a freaking $5,000 top-of-the-line Alienware PC. Like, good grief, dude. It was so expensive. But, though it was so expensive, like, the thing about it is that it was Black Friday sale, and so I bought a $5,000 computer for like $4,000. So, like, I'll take that freaking big money computer with big money freaking, like, graphics card and processor and all that. For, cheap, essentially. Like, I'll take that. I will happily take that. So, yeah. Can't wait for that to come in, because obviously that will be a vast improvement on my streams when that comes in. We will probably get the ability to start playing like Minecraft mod packs And I might even consider hosting a server for like Patreon or, you know, Twitch sub people. I thought I took that out because it got claimed on YouTube, but I guess I didn't. Well, oh well. It's not like I make money on YouTube. And while it got claimed on YouTube, Twitch did not claim it. And since Twitch is where, you know, the money comes from, it's fine. If, you know, YouTube, if, you know, Twitch had the problem, then I probably would have to consider doing something about that. But at least now Twitch doesn't mute a full half hour's worth of section if you have one freaking, like, copyright thing. When they first started this whole, like, we're complying with the DMCA thing, it was every time a song would play, it would mute the entire, like, half-hour section. Like, it would go to the previous, like, 30-minute period, and then start muting, and then go to the next. I'm guessing there was something where it was, like, set up so that the streams were in, like, 30-minute segments. And they seem to have changed that, because that's not how it works anymore. Now it mutes almost exactly when the song starts, and then unmutes almost exactly as soon as the song ends. So, which is great. I actually think that is good, because it means that I don't get a whole half hour of mute because of a 2-minute song, you know? Yeah, the Evoland stuff is a little on the loud side, it seems like. That said, today is day 4? Or is it day 3? I think it might be day 3 of being on HRT. And my family has no idea. I was able to video conference a doctor, and they were able to, you know, just order it and whatnot at the pharmacy. And with all of the new medications that I've been getting, like, given lately for all kinds of freaking different things, I assume that they probably just thought it was like another ADHD medication or something. And, you know, I'm not gonna say anything to them about it until, you know, either A, they find out themselves, or B, the medication starts having effects on me. So, but, you know, 3 days in, not a lot of effects I haven't really seen any real effects yet, you know? And it's not supposed to even do anything like physical, any like physical effects for almost like 3 months. You know? I might get like once the hormones start to like get through my body more and, you know, go through me more regularly, I'll probably start dealing with like extra emotionality, but I'm not expecting any major changes until, you know, until I've been on it for a couple of months, you know. And I'm hoping by then that something will change and maybe I won't have to, you know, live here anymore. I mean, I flat out told my parents the other day, like, now that I'm getting disability, I'm planning on looking into my own place because I'm tired of living here. My mom's reaction was, well, we're also looking into getting a new place because this place is really bad off. I'm like, you've been looking into finding a new place for the last 10 years. At least that's what they claim. I'm like, nah, there's no way that we're still living in this house after 10 years of them constantly looking for another place to live. That doesn't happen. So, you know, I'm just gonna start looking into things that I can do to try to find like houses or apartments or something for myself. And once I find something like that and I move into it, then ain't nobody gonna be able to say nothing about how I live my life. So, I mean, not that anybody really can even now, because I just basically said screw it and just started doing all the stuff that I need to transition. So the only thing I'm not really doing at the moment is wearing clothes, you know? Rather female clothes. I am wearing clothes right now in real life. It's freaking cold here. Holy crap. Thank you, Phoenix. I do like the store. It is a very nice store. It's ran pretty smoothly. Scream. Surprisingly, Square Enix music I had no problems with. So, I have heard that they have been like really starting to work over, you know, to start like opening up and letting more people like do stuff with their, you know, content. Nintendo's still, you know, a little behind on that. And some of that is honestly because the majority of the higher-ups are very old. Miyamoto's in like his 80s. You know? Like, most businesses, like the highest up people, are in like their 60s, maybe 70s. And at Nintendo, like, I know Satoru Iwata was only like 55. But like some of their higher ups are literally like in their 80s and they're still going. You know? So, but they're still in the company, they're still running their positions. You just don't get that very often. At least not over here in America. I don't know about over in Japan. Sorry, hang on. I've got something freaking lagging the heck out of this computer. And I want to open my task manager and find out what. Feedback Hub. Feedback Hub background process. Running at 30% CPU. Oh, wait, hang on. Whatever Feedback Hub is, it just stopped running. So my CPU has gone from 100% to 70%. So I don't know what that was, but that's probably what has been lagging everything. God, I cannot wait for that new computer. 64 gigs of RAM. Like, holy crap, dude. It's insane. Like, high-end processor with like 16 cores. Freaking it was either 4 or 8, I don't remember. Terabytes of hard drive space. Like super high-end graphics card, RTX level. Like NVIDIA RTX freaking graphics card, dude. I'll be able to RTX on in Minecraft. I won't, but I'll be able to. Like, if I really wanted to, I could RTX on in Minecraft. Like I said, I won't, but I could. Tonight, 'cause we're all met here. Oh no! I have no idea how Twitch or YouTube are gonna react to these, but I felt I was adding in music. I had to throw in some Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. Maybe every Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series song. All like 7 of them.
I'm getting ready, my legs have been waxed. 'Cause when we get them, I am wearing your slacks right on my tush. Tush, 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 right on my tush. Tush, tush, right on my tush. We want your trousers, your breeches, your chaps. Now you can't get these pants from shopping and Gap. They're serving socks. Socks, 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 it really sucks. Socks, socks, it really sucks. You know that we want them, and you know that we need them. We
But the pants, your man of the pants.
me and Bakura, we will have our revenge. Him and me will take
I mean,
the pants.
I think it's probably fine, regardless.
Have our revenge. Him and me will
Like, I could turn it down to make it harder. I mean, not at this point. Like, if Twitch or YouTube were going to detect it, they would have already detected it by now. Like freaking 20, the first 20 seconds is really all they need to freaking detect it. So. That said, I don't know if it's because of all the music, but Supermarket Sim is running at 5 gigs of memory right now. Love Ray Window. You know that we need them. Want the pants. Man with the pants. So I had to throw in just... I have so much random crap. Like, if I were to actually go in and look at my computer's, like, music folder, I could probably delete almost 100 gigs of music. Of just random crap that I have, accumulated over the last 20 years. Like, I legitimately have tracks on my computer in my music section that are still, like, they have existed for, like, since the early 2000s. Like, that's how old some of the music I have in my on my computer is. And we're really just friends. Song. That's funny. If it teleports me right here as soon as I hit enter. Cause I can tell based off of the, like, music. But, like, it's just loud enough I can just barely hear it from here. That's really funny. So I could, like, still hear it just a tiny bit. After finishing the day. How. I guess that's the only price that changed. How. Pants. I always forget I have this one chicken. Nope, more Evoland. Oh, this is one of the best freaking tracks from Evoland 2. The Haunted Forest. Or no, is this not Haunted Forest? No, it's not. I don't know which track this is then. Which track is it? Oh, Demonia Underground. Okay. That is probably going to be the next game that I play, by the way. Like, once Minish Cap finishes up, I am considering playing through Evoland 2. Because it's a really fun game. It's... Or maybe you... Like, I guess you can call it a game. It's more like a collection of, like, 30 games. But, unlike UFO 50, where they're, like, separate games, this one's, like... You actually go through, like, and a story, and, have the same characters throughout the whole thing. But you're, like, you start in like the Game Boy era and move your way up until you get into like 3D era. And you do like Guitar Hero and you do like freaking Diablo. Although I think Diablo is in the original and not the sequel.
There's just no way that we can
but
win. His cards
like
are
there's
heavy
it
beasts.
it
He duels
mimics
the
a
only
ton
one
of games, all while being like legitimately one game with a full-on story and everything, and it's so much fun, dude. There's like a shmup section.
I had to hear Jaden rapping. That was rough. Now it's time to take this sucker down.
Come on, guys, now it's time to blow doors down.
I hear you, Jaden. Now it's
And
time
there's
to blow
like-
doors down.
So make your move, cause I'm throwing a face down.
Okay, just make sure you
There. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what all's in it. Like some of it is like GBA games. You know, the main like battle system is very action RPG / Legend of Zelda style. But there's like a turn-based section. There's like a tactical RPG section. Guitar, like, I said Guitar Hero, but like there's legitimately like a Guitar Hero section. And it's so much fun. And when I was planning for Rhythm Thief, it was a debate between Rhythm Thief or Evoland, and I ended up picking Rhythm Thief. And then when we couldn't do Rhythm Thief, I forgot about that I was gonna do Evoland, and so I picked yet something else. Are we just not selling the brown sugar? Like, what the frick? It is out here, right? Like, nobody's complained that it's missing. Yeah, Susu brown sugar, but it's like nobody's buying it. There's like a beat 'em up section, too. Have I done Evoland before? Yeah, I know I did. I know the original Evoland. I did blind. I feel like I did the original. I did do a stream of Evoland 2 the very first time I played it. But the Evoland 2 that is on YouTube was a replay, but I put it on like the maximum difficulty, so it wasn't blind. It wasn't a it wasn't a blind run, but it was like super hard. But yeah, I did do. I know I at least put up Evoland 2 videos. Back in 2017, it looks like. Oh yeah. So there's January 2016. There's the Evoland live stream archive. That's literally what the video is called. I'm assuming I must have played through all of it in that episode. Or in that stream. It was only 2.5 hours. But then there is Evoland 2 live stream archive, which was 3 hours long. But that one is part 1. And there's no part 2 or anything like that. So I think what happened was I streamed both Evoland and Evoland 2 blind, but I didn't like save the Evoland 2 streams. I did get the Evoland 1 streams, but not the Evoland 2 streams. And so I think that was why I was decided to turn around and record myself playing Evoland 2, was because I wanted to have the full like game up on my channel, but I hadn't actually like, you know, I didn't have the live stream anymore to like put up on the channel. So that would be my guess anyway. I don't know where this goes. What is this? Here, you guys deal with that one. Apparently I don't know where that one goes. Oop, I see that. I need more yogurt. But yeah, higher quality streams coming sometime next month. Again, where is that anyway? Like, I don't even know what that was. Not that. It's not that. That's just steak. It's none of these. Whatever that box was. Oh, it was this one up here. I see it. It was this rack here. Next product license is available, but I don't think I have storage. Sugar. Well, it does look like it's all dry stock. If it is, then I have all of these shelves still. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5. 5 dry stock shelves. But I think I'm ordering 7 products. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. So I need to buy another shelf. Ah! I see. There is not space for that. I see the issue. I do want to play Earthbound again at some point. Earthbound and or the rest of the Mother series. I mean, I still haven't played Mother 3, but I already know that I severely dislike Mother 3. I know. Somebody dislikes Mother 3. What the frick is wrong with them? But, like, legitimately, I actually really disliked Mother 3. Again, I haven't played Mother 3, but I have watched Mother 3 be played all the way through. Twice. And that ending makes me viscerally angry. Like, the ending to Mother 3 legitimately, like, upsets me. And so, like, I want to play through all 3 games. If I do decide to play through at least, you know, Mother 1 or Earthbound, like, I'm gonna play 1 and 2 at least. You know, probably back to back. But I just don't know if I ever want to even give Mother 3 a try, because the ending by itself upsets me. You know? And I think I've tried streaming Mother 3 twice, and I never got past the second chapter of the game. Because I always ended up finding something in that, like, first couple sections of the game that, like, legitimately bothered me and I really disliked about it. And I don't understand what people love about it so much, but I'm not here to say that, you know, game is bad, people should hate. Because we all have our own tastes and everything. I just think that Shigesato Itoi told a really good story in the first one. He did a really amazing story in the second one, even if the characters were weak. And then he had no idea what to do. Mother 3 did have a very troubled development, from what I understand, so it's very understandable that Mother 3 struggled, where, you know, Earthbound and Mother 1, or Mother 1 and 2, however you want to word it, like, were fine, you know? I mean, going from Nintendo 64 to GameCube could not have been easy. Let's be honest. There were probably a lot of things that he had to cut out from the story. Cutting out the entire story, on the other hand, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But it is what it is. You know? Like, I don't know how many people are familiar with Mother 3 itself. And, like, the story that plays throughout the game. But I just feel like Mother 3 was unfinished. I feel like it's very akin to Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. The game had a troubled development, and so they kept having to change things. And by the time, you know, the release date, the deadline, whatever, came around, that they had just struggled and ended up, like, doing stuff in the story that didn't pay off at all. You know? I'm sure stuff like the Ag of Light would have been fine in Earthbound 64. But when they moved it to Mother 3, I don't know, maybe they just forgot. You know, because it took years and they had to, like, change things. So, you know, you're introduced to the MacGuffin in Chapter 2, and then it's a side note at the very end of the game. And it's just like, okay, great. I'm glad that this super important item that we, like, needed to get to, like, defeat the villains just doesn't have any use in the actual storyline. You know? It would be like, let's say there was a very powerful tome. It was called the Tome of Ruin. And in the tome, there is a very powerful demon lord sealed away. And you're told about the Tome of Ruin right at the beginning of the game. And it's like, hey, you know, the Tome of Ruin is this thing, it's very powerful, it can't fall into the villain's hands. Like, if, you know, if someone with an evil heart gets a hold of it, like, they could release the Demon Lord and, like, you know, create all sorts of, like, chaos and destruction. And then the Tome of Ruin is simply never mentioned again and just simply never appears again in the game. That would be what it's like. You know? Which is definitely not something that happens in my game. Because I know that the Tome of Ruin is important. And so I have made sure that the Tome of Ruin is important in the game. Since, you know, your entire quest is trying to find the Tome of Ruin, like, throughout the game. And then at the end of the game, you fight the villain for the Tome of Ruin. Like, you know? The Tome of Ruin is not an item that gets mentioned early on in the game that is super important, that the villain can't get their hands on. And then is never noted or mentioned or anything again until, oh wait, I guess we need to explain why that was such a big important thing. Like, that's how the Egg of Light felt in Mother 3 to me. You know, chapter 2 of the game, you know, Lightning or whatever his name was. Like, I don't even remember the characters' names. You know, the old guy. He's like, my son, you must go collect this thing in the castle. This thing in the castle is a very dangerous object. If something were to happen to the item and it fell into the hands of evil, it would bring great ruin to all of us. Then you go into the castle, you find the Egg of Light, and you lose it in the sewers. And then it's promptly never mentioned a single time throughout the story until literally you're talking with Leader. And he's like, the Egg of Light was the most important thing in our civilization. It holds the memories of all of our people in it. And you're like, I'm sorry, what is the Egg of Light again? Because it hasn't been relevant in the entire game. Not a single time. And then it doesn't actually even, like, show up, I don't think. I could be remembering wrong. But, like, I don't even think you actually, like, ever see it again. Leader just mentions it at the end of the game. Like, oh yeah, and by the way, that, you know, very important thing from the beginning of the game, this is what it was supposed to be. I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? Like, what? If it does show up, it's in such a small cutscene that I don't even remember. Because I do remember quite a bit from that game. From the two playthroughs that I watched. And I do not remember the Egg of Light showing up. Again, like physically showing up in the story. Again, I'm totally willing to admit that I'm wrong, if I am. I'm just saying what I remember. And then there was no ending to the story either, you know? It was like, you pull the you spend the entire game, like the entire second half of the game, being told, like, we have to stop the villains from pulling the needles. Because if they pull the needles, the Dark Dragon will awaken. And if the Dark Dragon awakens, he'll destroy everything. And then, at the end of the game, you pull the last needle. As if that was a good thing. And the Dark Dragon awakens and kills everybody. And it's like, huh? What? I thought the whole point was that we were trying to save the place. Like, what was the point of all of our fighting if we killed everybody? But then the end of the game is like, oh look, everybody's still alive. But they're not. They're definitively not. You literally watch the entire world explode. Like, literally the cutscene after you pull the last needle is the entire world is destroyed. I'm like, well, the ending's supposed to be ambiguous, but it's not ambiguous. You watch the world explode. There's nothing ambiguous about it. And I said that to a friend of mine who, like, absolutely loves Mother 3. You know, the very first time I, like, tried to stream it, and I decided to just stop playing. This was, like, back in 2014, so this was, like, 10 years ago, by the way. But, like, you know, he was the one that got me into the Mother series. I wouldn't have ever even, like, had an interest in the series if it hadn't been for him. And so I was like, yeah, you know, sure. You know, it's one of your favorite games. I'll give it a shot, kind of thing, you know? And I enjoyed Mother 1 a lot. And when I told him that, I was like, yeah, Mother 1 was, like, really good. And he was like, oh, that's the bad one. I'm like, oh no. Because I immediately realized, like, if Mother 1 is the bad one, that either means that our, like, viewpoints are of what's, like, what we like and dislike are so completely different that I enjoyed the bad one. Or, like, if that one was bad, like, the rest of the games must be, like, phenomenal, you know? But one of those, it has to be one of those too, like. And then I played, you know, Mother 2, Earthbound, however you want to call it, and I was like, yeah, that was good. He was like, right? I'm like, I mean, it wasn't as good as Mother 1. Like, I liked I liked the characters in Mother 1 more. I liked the story in Mother 1 more. And just, like, immediately, you could, like, I could tell that he was already like, oh dear. Because I didn't find Mother 2 to be absolutely amazing. But I did like Mother 1 and thought it was absolutely amazing. And so he's going, oh no, you know, because he can already, like, he can tell at this point that, like, our viewpoints are completely different. When I legitimately rage quit Mother 1, I think it was even in, like, the first chapter. The very first time I streamed it, he was like, but it's good though. I'm like telling him all the reasons why I didn't like the beginning. And he's like, okay, but like none of that makes it bad. I'm like, but it does. These are legitimately my reasons for disliking what I've seen so far. And he's like, well, you just haven't played enough. You just haven't played. You gotta play it. You gotta play more. You gotta play more. And I'm like, well, it got to the point where it's like, well, you gotta see the ending at least. Like, once you see the ending, you'll be like, oh my gosh. So I was like, fine, show me the end of the game. You know, I was like, fine. It was on stream too. I was like, fine, show me the end of the game. You know, send me a link to a video of the end of the game. You know, I'll check it out. And he sends me the link to the end of Mother 3. And, you know, they pull the needle, I see them pull the needle, and then the entire world is destroyed. I'm watching it, and the first thing I say was, so if the needles summon the Dark Dragon, and the Dark Dragon destroys the world, why did the hero pull the last needle? Like, that was it, basically. As soon as I said those words, it was like, he knew there was nothing he could do to make me like Mother 3. He's like, but you don't get it. Like, you didn't see the whole game. I'm like, okay, but explain to me how the hero pulls the last needle. The entire world is destroyed. And then everybody is alive, but also it's in the, like, dark, and so you can't see anybody. And he's like, well, the ending, it's ambiguous. Like, are they dead? Are they, like, in heaven now? Or, like, I'm like, it's not ambiguous. The world blew up. You watch it happen. Yeah, but, like, everybody's alive at the end. I'm like, yeah, which makes no sense. Like, how are they alive? Well, it's ambiguous. It's not ambiguous. They're dead. Like, I'm sorry. There is no way that the end of the game occurs the way that they show it, and anybody is alive at the end. 0% chance. And he's like trying to tell me just how like amazing it is. I'm like, I'm telling you exactly what the game has said. Like, I am literally telling you exactly what the game just showed on the screen. The Dark Dragon woke up. The entire freaking islands that they're on erupts, volcanoes exploding, meteor showers coming down. Like, I ask, so the dragon is underneath the islands, right? Like, the islands are shaped like the dragon because, like, that's the dragon's body. And they're just living on that. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, so everybody is dead. The Dark Dragon woke up and destroyed the islands that they live on. If they didn't die from that, they drowned. They are dead. There is no ambiguity. But it's ambiguous. Like, you don't know that they died. I mean, look, you saw the ending scene. Yes, and the ending scene was stupid. I'm sorry, you cannot tell me anybody survived. It is literally impossible. I don't care what fantasy bullcrap there's, claiming happened. The dark dragon, because four hearts of light pulled the needles, but only 3 hearts of darkness. Therefore, the dark dragon awoke and was a good dragon. It doesn't matter how the dragon awoke. The dragon woke up. The islands exploded. Everybody is dead. If they're not dead, they drowned. Because apparently there's no other land anywhere. That's why they're on the island. Because the entire rest of the world came to an end. So there's nowhere else for them to go but this one landmass. And if they didn't die somehow from all of that destruction that the game very clearly shows us, maybe I would allow the argument that they were, scooped up by the dragon. Except, once again, the game is extremely clear about the fact that the entire rest of the world is gone. The one landmass where the dragon existed is the only thing left. There's nowhere for them to go. Are they just living on the dragon's back now? Does the dragon, the dragon erupts out of the island, sending earth flying everywhere, lava flying everywhere, people flying everywhere, and yet they're unharmed magically, and then the dragon, scoops them up, and then, takes them somewhere, and then it's this land is dead, but here, boom, now it's alive again. What? But that's the thing, it's ambiguous. It's not ambiguous. Everybody is dead. There is no ambiguity. If something like that were to happen, and a massive creature the size of those islands were to burst out of the ground, 100% of the people that lived on that island would be dead. Probably instantly. There is 0% chance that even one of them survived. Especially since everybody is right there on the head of the dragon when they pull the last needle. They're underground on the head of the dragon and they pull the last needle and it explodes. There is 0 ambiguity here. Everybody is dead. You want to believe that somehow they survived because they're the ending scene. After the ending credits and you get the end, it's all darkness and you can walk around and talk to the NPCs and they talk about how they're fine. I'm pretty sure that was just thrown in there because at the very end they decided, well, maybe we shouldn't just kill everybody off. It was probably a last-minute addition. Or maybe it was a Nintendo thing where it was oh, but, haha, funny Nintendo game, everybody's still alive. Super Paper Mario does that. Everybody dies at the end of Super Paper Mario. And then after the end of the game, they're oh, but look, everybody's actually still alive, even though everybody died. It is the most unsatisfying, most utter bullcrap ending you can do in a story. Killing off everybody, and then while everybody is while everybody is dead and you're taking the time to process and like mourn for your favorite character, they go, oh, but everybody's actually alive. Ha ha, we fooled you. And then you end the story. Like, no. If you're gonna tell me that they're alive, you have to explain why. If you're gonna kill everybody off to make an emotional ending, kill everybody off. Otherwise, it is completely bullcrap. Like, what it is extremely dissatisfying. Because you got this big epic ending and it was really satisfying. And then, oh, but actually somehow that didn't happen, so therefore everything's fine. No. I hate it when stories do that. I legitimately hate it when stories do that. It is one of the dumbest things that you can do in writing a story. Is turn around and say everybody's fine after killing everybody off. Either don't kill somebody off, don't bother killing people off. That way you get the actual like feelings and such you're supposed to get, and you walk away from the story with a completed story. Or like, I don't remember how I started that, so I'll just say it from the beginning. Like, either don't kill anybody off or kill people off. Do not kill somebody off only to turn around and say, oh, but they're actually alive. No, don't do that. That is, in my opinion, one of, if not the single biggest writing mistake that writers make. Like, legitimately, it is a writing mistake. If I am going to kill somebody off in a novel, they are dead. The only time that doesn't happen, where I kill a character and they don't actually die, is when the story has previously established that this character comes back when they die. Freaking Milesians in the Versamy universe, when they die, they regenerate in the spirit stream and they can come back to life the next day. This is established in the story at the beginning when you freaking meet the Milesian character. So that if this character dies, they're going to come back. And it doesn't feel like bullcrap. Well, that's one of the reasons why I really hate Dragon Ball. Like, legitimately. Like, I remember watching the original Dragon Ball Z when it first came out. And I was like, oh, this is an interesting, story. And they, of course they killed Goku in the second episode. And it's not a big deal because, you don't know who that is anyway. Because, here in America we got Dragon Ball Z and didn't get Dragon Ball until much later. So we didn't have a whole journey with Goku beforehand. And so it's okay, so he dies, but then there's the whole, Goku's working to try to come back to life kind of storyline. It's okay, so in this fantasy setting, when you die, you don't necessarily die. There are reasons why you might be able to come back, and they kind of explain a little bit about that, but they kind of also make it clear that that's more a Goku thing, as opposed to, like, everybody can do that. And then they promptly turn around and, like, everybody just constantly comes back to life. And it's like, there's no... At what point do you decide that there's no reason to kill these characters anymore because you just already know that they're going to come back every time they die? Like, at some point, you just have to say, like, oh, you know, like, and it frustrated me so badly, you know, because it was very clear that that was just how everything was for every character. You know? Not to mention that essentially they were constantly retconning everything. You know? It's like, oh, you know, becoming a Super Saiyan is this super rare thing that one out of every, like, million Saiyans can do, and like you might get one Super Saiyan every freaking like century and a half kind of thing, and then Goku goes Super Saiyan and you're like, okay, it makes sense, he's the protagonist, he's the one that can do the thing. And then they're like, oh well, Vegeta, he can go Super Saiyan too. And you're like, what? Well, okay, that's kinda like odd, because there's only supposed to be one that can go like Super Saiyan like that, but okay. And then they just turn around and, oh, everybody's Super Saiyan now. And it's like, so what you're saying is all that bullcrap that you've established in your lore about one character can become Super Saiyan, you've just decided to throw that all out because reasons? And I know what it is. What it is the person that created Dragon Ball sat down and made a story. And it was a good story. It was a great story. And it made money. And it was great. And then the company that he published through said, hey, we're making money off of that. Could you maybe keep going? And he was like, but the story's done. And the publisher went, yeah, but money. And so he kept going. I don't watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore because they defeated the freaking villain at the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! That supposedly, upon its death, wipes out all evil in the world. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Not 5Ds, GX occurs. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I'm sorry, but you established in your lore that this was, like, the thing that happened. But Card Game Popular keep making more. You know? Like, just make the card game. It doesn't need a manga along with it. But no, Card Game Popular, because card game with manga. So even though it makes no sense, just keep going anyway. I absolutely hate that. 100%. Like, that legitimately pisses me off. And it's why I refuse to allow anybody to decide what I'm going to do with my stories and my universe beyond me. Like, I don't care who my publisher ends up being. The publisher gets no rights to what I am publishing, to what they're publishing. Like, the publisher is not going to be able to tell me, well, you just have to keep going anyway. Like, that's not happening. Once my story is complete, my story is complete. You know? I don't care if money. I'm not going to keep going with the story. Because I've completed the story. You know? And that just pisses me off even more, honestly, when people are forced to continue working on something because it's the thing that they did and it's the thing that made them popular, and so obviously, like, they just have to keep doing it. It's like Harry Potter, the Harry Potter series is over. You know? Like, it's done. 7 books. It's done. J.K. Rowling doesn't need to write a single Harry Potter novel. J.K. Rowling doesn't need there to be a single extra Harry Potter video game. And yet, Harry Potter. I'm like, I look at, like, all of these, like, Hogwarts games coming out, and I'm just like, why? You seem to be broken. Oh dear. I hope you will be fixed at some point. These guys were just like, Oh, they were actually bringing some stuff in. I didn't realize. Oh yeah, because, you know, I ordered extra stock of everything. Duh, of course. But this guy over here went to pick up a box, and then that box stopped existing, and so now he's stuck. So that's great. I can fix him, actually, which is nice. At least I'm going to assume this will fix him. Since I don't know which one he is, I'm going to tell all of them to stop working. Yep. And then I'm going to tell them all to go back to working. And that should fix him. Thank you. I did not want to freaking go. Double check our prices. Make sure we're not selling anything without setting their price. Which it does not appear. Everything down here has green. Which means that we did in fact set a price. And we can start the day. And, like, no offense to anybody who likes Dragon Ball. No offense to anybody who likes Yu-Gi-Oh! The newer stuff. No offense to anybody who likes Harry Potter. I mean, J.K. Rowling is a freaking horrible person. And you really should stop reading her stuff. And, like, paying her money to do what she does. But that's neither here nor there. Like, no offense meant to anyone or, you know, anything, but, like, I'm sorry. There are bad story tropes. If something has a bad story trope in it, it's a bad story. There are things that you do not do as a writer. And if you have any experience in writing, like professionally, you know not to do these things. And so when somebody does those things in their writing professionally, it makes good professional writers look like crap. One of the things that you do not do in writing is kill a character off and have them come back unless there is a legitimate reason for why they should be able to come back. And that legitimate reason needs to have been set. You know, like, it needs to have been established in the canon before the character's death. Otherwise, it's Deus Ex Machina to bring a character back. Again, I have characters that can die and come back. They are a race of beings called Milesians. The fact that they can die and come back is established in the lore, like, super early on. Or, like, it's a... like, I have a novel that I started to write, but I didn't, like, do anything with it, where the main character of the novel, like, the novel is written in first person, and the main character of the novel dies in, like, the second chapter. And it's like, okay, wait, clearly something's, you know, like, first off, you don't kill the main character, or if you do, you don't kill him that early on. The second off, you don't kill the main character that's, you know, telling the story. And it's like, wait, okay, something's up there. And then, you know, like 2 freaking sentences down after they die, it's like, oh, look. As it turns out, you know, they're a Milesian. Or rather, it's not as it turns out they're a Milesian, it's the story opens up with them explaining that they are a Milesian. And, like, what that means. Now, it's... One thing that you can do when you kill a character off is bring them back as some horrific, evil, freaking undead monstrosity, you know? But you have to establish in lore that that's something that can happen before you do it, you know? Or not, well, in canon, I should say, you know? It's like, are you writing a fantasy setting? Yes. Okay, then that means that a resurrection spell probably exists. And, like, there's things that you can, like, factor and argue without having to, like, explicitly sit down and say, like, oh, magic can do this. You know? But if it's like, you know, a medieval setting and there's no magic and there's no gods and there's legitimately like nothing that could possibly bring the character back to life, and then you turn around and bring the character back to life, Like, I'm sorry, but now it makes no sense. There are ways to avoid these common writing mistakes. It's really not hard. In fact, I would argue that it's something that you should be planning out before you even start writing. Is there a way for this character to come back to life? Okay, so now you do know that you can kill them off and bring them back, but wait! If there's a way for one character to come back to life, that does mean that it opens the door for other characters. You've got to consider this. It's like, great. Goku can come back to life, I guess, because he ran along the snake way. Or something to that effect. I don't even remember. And like somehow there was like a thing at the end of that where it's like, oh, but this allowed him to come back to life and whatever. But now that you have established that when people die, they go to this place, and that they can be resurrected from that place by doing this thing, what stops your villain from doing that? You know? It's like, oh, the hero could do it because of the fact that he did. So what prevents the villain from taking the same steps? You know? What prevents the villain from simply resurrecting himself via the same method? And I think that's where a lot of the writing begins to get tripped up, is they bring the hero back because, of course, you know, they don't want to actually have the hero die permanently. And it's like, yeah, well, he was popular, so I have to bring him back. But then, somewhere along the lines, the question of, so then why doesn't the villain do this, comes up. And the writer, having not considered that option, suddenly goes, establish your lore. You don't have to establish in the book, but you need to have the lore figured out, you know? Hello, Andrew. I mean, I have no idea. I just remember, like, legitimately the only thing I remember from Dragon Ball Z was that Goku was like, I need to go, you know, be alive again. And it was like, if you run down the Snake Way, like, you can do something and meet someone and that does something. And it's like, okay. You know, look, again, yeah, I will be fully honest. I remember very little of Dragon Ball Z. I legitimately stopped watching Dragon Ball Z after they blew up Namek, you know, after 5 minutes, you know, the 5 minutes that were 15 episodes, because it was only 5 minutes, you know, and then in that 5 minutes, there was enough time for everybody else to escape the planet, no problem. Which would have taken them like a couple of hours to get off the planet because of everything that they had to do to get off of the planet. But no, it was only 5 minutes. Like, legitimately, when the Frieza story arc ended, I was like, okay, this was so freaking dumb. Like, I was enjoying it. It was fun. And then, just out of nowhere, they put these things in that just completely ruined everything for me. I stopped watching. And then, like, later, I found out, like, oh, well, you know, Goku came back, despite the fact that he, you know, died on Planet Namek. And, like, Planet Namek blew up, and the Dragon Balls blew up with the planet, but yet somehow they still existed. And then, like, they resurrected Goku with the Dragon Balls, even though the Dragon Balls were gone because they blew up the planet and they blew up Dragon Balls. But it's okay because they weren't actually, like, destroyed. Because Magical Dragon, I guess. And, like, that they just, it was just fine. You know? You're not supposed to think about it. And I was just like, I think I'm good on this. And then they started the Cell arc, which was actually really interesting. Like, it was legitimately interesting, and it did get me back into it a little bit. But then I had to stop because of school, so I didn't get to see the rest of it. But I remember Cell getting to, like, his perfect form or whatever, his, like, ultimate, ooh, he's eating the androids now, like, he's invincible form. And then Gohan just drops the spirit bomb on him. Despite the fact that Cell was vastly more powerful than Frieza. He just dies from this very thing that Frieza blocked and stopped. Because Frieza was strong enough to do that. So why was Cell just instantly destroyed by this thing again? What? And then, of course, the story has to continue. So they have to bring in an even more powerful enemy. This, like, goo thing, Majin Buu, that is literally so strong that he is legitimately invincible. Like, you can blow him up into teeny tiny chunks and he just comes back to life because he doesn't, like, have anything that actually is, like, his core. And so no matter what you do, like, you can't actually kill him. But of course they did. Well, see, that would make even less sense if it was the Kamehameha, because the Spirit Bomb was, like, even way more powerful than the Kamehameha. Like, at least that was the way it seemed, because, like, doesn't Goku do that to Frieza, like, multiple times? And he just, like, Frieza just, like, blocks it and deflects it, and it doesn't even matter. Like, again, I haven't watched the show in ever. Like, legitimately forever. But I know that when I, like, each time I came back, it was like, oh, and then they defeated the villain using this thing that the previous villain, like, had no problems dealing with. For reasons. Because the writer wrote himself into a freaking, you know, position where he didn't know what to do anymore because he had created a villain so strong that he was invincible and you couldn't possibly beat him. But of course, they have to defeat him. So then what do? I don't know. I don't know what SSJ2 is. Oh, this is the Haunted Forest. I was so, like, focused. I was, like, thinking about, you know, what Adam here was saying that I wasn't even paying attention to the music. So I think that was Haunted Forest. Maybe that was Magus. Either way, that theme that just played was the one that, it's one of the, like, parts where you do, like, the Guitar Hero thing in the game. It's really cool. In Evoland 2. It's just Monica! It's just Monica. Super Saiyan 2. Listen. Going Super Saiyan was this, like, once in every, like, century thing. Goku was the only character that could go Super Saiyan. Any character who went Super Saiyan after Goku, after they had explicitly stated that only Goku could do it, made no sense to begin with. To then turn around and then claim that there were steps beyond that, like, I'm sorry, but at that point, this is what we call the writer wrote themselves into a dead end and couldn't figure out what to do. And so they made something up to solve the problem that they themselves created. And I get it. A lot of people don't freaking care about that. They just want to see big man with big power freaking do big, stupid, powerful thing. Fine. Whatever. But objectively, that is bad writing. Not subjectively, legitimately, objectively. That is bad writing. And just about any good writer would say the same thing. That objectively, that is bad writing. But then you also have to remember that I don't like the Nier series. Because in my opinion, Yaka Taro, or whatever the frick his name is an absolutely horrible writer that can't freaking figure out what his story is. So he just keeps changing it. He doesn't care about any of the lore that he's already established. If it doesn't work for whatever he's writing, he just says whatever. And listen, it works for Zelda because Zelda does not have an established canon ideal, like, I don't want to say timeline, because obviously there's the timeline, but like, no Zelda game references the previous, like, other Zelda games that came before it one-to-one, you know? A Link to the Past was like, hey, the sages made the Master Sword. We obviously find out the sages didn't make the Master Sword in Skyward Sword. Obviously, it's like, what the heck with the lore? But that's because of the fact that they create the timeline usually after the game's release. You know, Echoes of Wisdom just got placed on the timeline. You know, they decide where games go on the timeline far after they're done making it. They don't care about the lore of the other stories. And that's fine for Zelda because that's how Zelda has always been designed. The Nier series seems to have this concept of everything is canon, everything is 100% exactly as what we see, but it can just not be that for the sake of whatever. You know? We can just introduce a villain as the final boss when you walk into the final boss chamber. And there's been no indication that this character even exists, let alone that they're the final boss. But that's perfectly fine because they can just do that. Apparently. Yeah, that too. Like, it's like the Zelda for the Zelda series. Every game is like 100 years since the last. You know, like these games don't occur one after the other. None of the characters reoccur unless they are direct sequels. You know, Majora's Mask references Ocarina of Time. But it says what Ocarina of Time says. Tears of the Kingdom is the one that kind of... That I will agree legitimately has a problem with that. Where they established an idea with the Zonai, and then in Tears of the Kingdom they decided, let's make the Zonai not that at all. It's fine. Nobody will notice. Again, my biggest complaint regarding Nier, and I don't know if it's the games or if it's just the Final Fantasy XIV raid. All I know is in the first Final Fantasy XIV Nier raid, we're fighting what they called the machines. And we fight the machines. And the big bad guy is freaking 9S, or whatever his name is, because he's working with the machines. And then in the second raid, the character that we've been working with, like 2S or something like that, betrays us and goes to work with the machines that she helped us to defeat. And we kill her. And like 2B comes in and like helps us. And we like kill her. But it's actually not her because there's like a million of her. Because of androids. Whatever. But then like we kill her. And like the story's over in the second raid. This is Magus's theme, by the way, from Evoland. So the last one was the Haunted Forest. But like we kill her and we destroy this big like orb that is like creating her. And like 2B is literally there when we do this. And she's like, hey, we did it. We defeated the thing. And then the orb comes back. Despite the fact that we destroyed the orb. And it's like, oh, the orb is actually what's been like creating everybody. Like all of the Nier stuff. Apparently. And so we have to destroy the orb again. Except that the orb creates this big tower of some kind. For some reason, it just does this. Because I guess it's sentient or something. But also we killed it. And so I don't understand how any of this is still even happening. But then if you destroy the orb, everything created by the orb goes away and dies. Except that nothing that was created by the orb goes away. It's only the people that were created by the orb that die when the orb is destroyed. And also, you hack a computer by physically cramming your body into the computer, and you fight like these weird like monster things inside of the computer, which sure, you know, that works for androids because they're robots and they can just upload their consciousness into a network and you're good. But here we're physically being transported into the computer somehow. And we fight these big like monster things, which are super freaking boring to fight, by the way. And then we leave the computer. And then this random red girl pops up who is literally named Red Girl, and she has absolutely no backstory. We're told absolutely nothing about her, and she's a mini boss, you know, or well, she's a boss, but she's like the third boss out of 4 in the raid. And then we defeat her, and then we get to the top of the tower, and she's there at the top of the tower, and she's like, haha, everything I've done and everything I've brought to fruition is finally, like, occurring. And then she, like, fuses with the orb or something. But then she doesn't, because a little bit later, about halfway through the fight, she then fuses with the orb again. And then it plays what I assume is supposed to be some kind of, like, super emotional song. But to me, it sounds like it's some kind of a lullaby being sung in the middle of what is the, like, most intense final boss that the raid has ever thrown at us. Not just the raid, but the game in general has thrown at us. But she's supposed to be this, like, super intelligent AI. But half of the fight is she keeps doing things to leave us alive. And, like, let us, like, avoid her attacks. So, she's actually really, legitimately dumb. She drops 2 giant pillars of stone on you. And she the pillars are coming down and are going to crush you. And just before they can crush you, she stops them. And lets you get out from underneath the pillar before she brings the pillar down the rest of the way. But she's supposed to be this super intelligent, like, you know, freaking, what's the villain from Tron? The MCP program? The Master Control Program. Like, she's supposed to be this, like, super intelligent, like, AI that should basically be able to, like, predict all of our moves. And her fight is her letting us live for most of the mechanics. Despite the fact that there is a built-in system in the game for telegraphing that the final boss doesn't use. Because that's not how it's done in Nier. So instead of using the canon ability that we, as our characters have, to be able to predict attacks, they make the villain do all kinds of stupid things that make absolutely no sense for a super smart villain to do. Because it's not Final Fantasy XIV, it's Nier, and we couldn't possibly put Final Fantasy XIV mechs into a Final Fantasy XIV raid when it's Nier. Just like they couldn't possibly put Final Fantasy XIV mechanics into a Final Fantasy XIV fight that is Monster Hunter, because that's just not how it's done in Monster Hunter. But it's not Monster Hunter, it's Final Fantasy XIV! But apparently our ability to be able to see like 3 seconds into the future at all times and know what's coming at us just doesn't work. Because reasons. And then we kill the big lady that fused the red girl that didn't have it, that they never gave us any backstory for, that as far as I can tell had nothing to do with the plot and was just there to be the final villain, out of nowhere. Wasn't related, it never even the slightest mention of anything about this character prior to that. Like, and we kill her, but even though we kill her, she doesn't actually die because she was fused with the orb. And even though we've destroyed the orb, she can't die unless the orb is destroyed. Even though we have destroyed the orb. But then there's the orb. And I guess the only way to stop the orb is to, like, go to the other side of a portal that I guess exists. If this was established, I don't remember. But apparently there's a portal. And the only way to, like, stop it is to go to the other side of the portal and close it from the other side. But then anybody who goes to the other side will get trapped on the other side and not be able to return. And so, one of the characters who was created by the orb and thus will die when the orb is destroyed goes to the other side of the portal and closes the portal. And so everybody dies except her, I guess. And the entire thing that was created by all of the orb, which, by the way, is still there, but also it's not because we destroyed it, I guess. But, like, everything that the orb created is supposed to be destroyed when the orb is destroyed. And so, like, 9S and 2B die. And, like, all of the, like, people created by the orb die. Except for that one character, for reasons. But none of the structures that were created by the orb, despite the fact that we literally watched the orb create the tower isn't destroyed by the orb. And when everybody dies, there's this, like, scene where there's this, like, robot. And there's this heartfelt message from 2B that's like, you know, our mission here is done, but I leave behind this pod so that something of us can still exist here and we can be left in memory. And then the pod just ceases to exist. So that was pointless. I'm like, what? Did I miss something? Like, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Was there something important that I just missed? Because everybody died except for one person somehow. Despite the fact that they were all created by the orb. But then this one person that was created by the orb didn't die. And so then, like, so it kind of, like, makes you wonder, like, well, maybe they weren't made by the orb. Maybe they were the real, like, person. Except that then the person comes back. And, like, the whole thing is you have Anak and... I don't remember what the other one is. Anog and something. And Anog is, like, the one that was created by the orb. But her brother was real. But then she, like, didn't die. So then it's like, oh, well, actually, maybe that means that, like, Anog wasn't created by the orb. And therefore, she's the real Anog. Except that she then comes... When she comes back, she, like, goes to her brother and is like, yeah, I'm still alive. And her brother's like, I'm so happy to see that you're still alive. And then they die? Because reasons? Like, there's literally a scene where they die. Because... reasons. Like... I really feel like I must have missed something in the story. But when I ask, like, the Nier fans that love the raid and everything, and I'm like, can somebody please just, like, explain this one thing? Their response is usually, oh yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. At all. I'm like, what? I'm sorry? You literally just told me that it makes no sense. Yeah, but it's good. You're telling me that this thing makes no sense. Yeah, but that's why it's good, because it doesn't make sense. I think my brain just exploded. Because that makes no sense. It's good because it makes no sense? What? And who's this random red girl that shows up as the final boss? Oh yeah, if you want to know about her, you have to play Drakengard. What the heck is Drakengard? Oh, well, Drakengard is the games that came before Nier. And they were terrible. And nobody liked them. So, why is a villain from, like, the series that everybody hates the final boss? Well, because the final boss fight in Drakengard 3, where you fight that particular form of her, is actually really cool. And it's like the only actually good part of the entirety of Drakengard. Okay, but, so who's the red girl? Oh, what? Who is Red Girl? Why does she not have a name? Oh, she doesn't have a name. Her name is just Red Girl. I'm sorry? Yeah, she doesn't have a name in the game. She's always just referred to as Red Girl. Okay. So I go online and I look up Red Girl, Nier. You can't find Red Girl Nier. Every page that I found when I looked for Red Girl Nier leads you to the character Alpha from Nier, who is the Red Girl. Meaning she has a name. and the devs just didn't put it into the raid. But it's okay because she's never mentioned by name in the entire Nier series, according to Nier fans. Even though she has her own page on the wiki and her name is Alpha. When you go to the Nier wiki, you find Alpha. And that's her. And her name is stated at like the beginning of one of the Nier games. Like, not even like the most recent Nier game, but like 2 Nier games ago or something like that. Like, what? So even fans of the game series don't know the game. That's what I get out of that. When Nier fans tell me something that is legitimately wrong about the series that they supposedly enjoy, that just said, to me, that just says, oh, even us Nier fans don't know because we don't actually pay attention to the series. So you don't like the series? Oh, the series is great. It's also just like super, super hard. And like, it's basically impossible to beat any of the games. Unless you're like a god gamer, because the games are just stupidly hard. I'm sorry, why do we like the series again? Why is it popular? Because it's good. You tell me that the series is good, and then you proceed to give me 20 reasons why the series is bad. And you can't give me a reason why the series is good. But you tell me that the series is good. So why do we like this game? You just gotta play it. I can't explain why it's good. So it's not good. Oh no, it's great. I just can't explain why it's good because you just have to play it and find out. Shouldn't you be able to tell me like one thing about the game that you like? Like, I'm not asking you to change my mind. I'm asking you to tell me one thing about the game that you like. Oh, well, I can't do that. So you don't like the game? No, I love the game. It's a great game. So what do you like about it? Well, I can't tell you that. You just gotta play the game. All you have to do is tell me one thing. The story is good. Like, you could just say that. That would be a reason. Oh, well, I can't say the story is good. So the story is bad. Well, you have to play it. So the story is bad, but apparently if I play it, the story is good. But also, the story is not good because you refuse to say that the story is good. You just gotta play the game. I can't tell you why it's good. You just gotta play the game. I can tell you why I like Undertale. Undertale's a good game. It's got a fun story. The person, Toby Fox, freaking knew what he was doing when he made the freaking story of the game. Like, I can tell you what I like about the things that I like. I can tell you that I like the game Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders, even though I know nobody knows what that is, because I like the story of Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders, because it's a fun story that throws the idea of, what if our modern civilization was entirely created by aliens? Secretly. Like, I can tell you these things. So tell me something that you think is good about Nier. Well, I can't do that. You just have to play the game. Right. So you don't like the game, you actually hate it, but you have convinced yourself that you like the Nier series because reasons. And you're deluding yourself to believe that you like it. That's what I get out of it. It's like, if you like a thing, you should be able to tell me why you like it. Not, well, you have to play it to understand. I'm not looking to understand. I'm looking to know what you like about the game. Just tell me something that you like about the game. Well, I can't do that. You have to play the game. Okay. I am legitimately convinced at this point that Nier fans actually hate the game. And that they are like Stockholm Syndrome, like themselves, or something. Like Stockholm Syndroming themselves over Nier. Because literally everything everybody tells me about the series tells me that it's bad. It's like, I don't like Dark Souls, but I'm not gonna say Dark Souls is bad. It's hard as frick, which I don't like. But from what I understand, it has a fun, engaging, and like expansive lore like storyline. I can't even get it has a good story out of Nier fans. But this, I find the same thing happens with Kingdom Hearts. I'm convinced that most of the people who enjoy Kingdom Hearts are people that really, really enjoyed the first game, probably as a kid, though I know some people who have only gotten into it with the last like 3 or 4, in the last like 3 or 4 years, that were not kids when they started playing it. But like, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 were fine games. I really had no issues with them. They didn't really have they didn't really have that much in the way of real lore. It was also very clear, even in Kingdom Hearts 1, that it was created very quickly. The story was created very quickly. The idea simply being, how do we mix Disney and Square Enix characters together? How do we stick Final Fantasy characters into Disney worlds? And still tell similar stories to the Disney movies. And like, you're not a Disney character as like the main character. That's very clearly what the first Kingdom Hearts was. Kingdom Hearts 2 was, okay, so we realize it's popular, and so we're going to expand the story a bit. But to do that, well, since we didn't really think that far ahead to like the possibility of sequels, we're kind of making stuff up as we go along. And now we have 3 games out because, you know, Kingdom Hearts, Chain of Memories, and Kingdom Hearts 2. And so now we have like a lore established because we've done these 3 games. Great. And then after Kingdom Hearts 2, they went, but actually, you see, we didn't actually think that this was going to continue beyond Kingdom Hearts 2. And so, you know, we want to release Kingdom Hearts 3. We want to make Kingdom Hearts 3. But we don't actually know what's supposed to happen since we kind of killed off the main villain. The villain that, like, started everything at the beginning of, like, the first game. And even to do that, we kind of had to, like, finagle a few things and kind of rewrite and retcon a lot of stuff. And, well, we want to continue. And, you see, we can't do that with the lore that we've established in Kingdom Hearts 2. So, we have to write some other lore and some other games before we can get to Kingdom Hearts 3. And then, while they're writing those games, they decide, well, I know we just, like, established this lore, and the idea was that this lore was supposed to help set up for Kingdom Hearts 3. But the truth of the matter is, we don't like that lore anymore, so we're going to change that lore so that it's not that lore anymore. And, well, you know, there's this whole thing about how every single world in Kingdom Hearts has to be a Disney world. And we've kind of done all of the Disney worlds. So we need to, like, go back and tell you a story that occurred, like, 100 years ago. But we're going to use the same worlds from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Which, of course, means that somehow no time has magically passed in the last 100 years. Because we just can't make it work that way, you see. Like, you don't understand. We have to go to Alice in Wonderland, and we have to have Alice show up. And we have to do Snow White. But we already know that we're going to do Snow White in a later game. So we can't actually have it be Snow White in this prequel game. Even though it's 100 years apart. And Disney won't let us, like, make up our own stuff. So we just kind of have to, like, use the same characters, even though it makes no sense. Listen, I gave up on Kingdom Hearts 10 years ago. I have watched YouTubers play the other games. I have watched the lore of, like, the mobile games, you know, Key Cross or whatever it was called. Union Cross or Union Key or whatever the mobile game was that was supposed to have occurred like 400 years ago, before the Keyblade War. But when your reason why before the Keyblade War we go to Snow White's world and we fight the evil queen, despite the fact that we went to Snow White's world in Kingdom Hearts 3D, and we fought the evil queen, when your lore reason for that is new worlds that have just come out of the darkness move through time slower. So, when we go in to this world, when we come out, it should be like 100 years, right? Well, no, while you're in the world, time progresses normally. Okay, but then time progresses normally. No, time doesn't progress normally. Because this world just came out of the darkness, so time progresses slower in that world. Unless you're in the world, of course, and then it progresses normally. You have no idea what you're doing when you're writing this story, do you? Oh, absolutely not. We have no clue what we're doing. I didn't think so. Listen. Just say you don't know what you're doing, and I legitimately won't care. You know? Legitimately, just say, we don't know what we're doing, we're making the story up as we go along. And I will be 100% on board with anything you say, because I know that you're making it up as you go along. When you're making it up as you go along, but you say, oh no, we've actually got all of this very intricate lore that we're slowly drip feeding you. That's when I have a problem. If you're making it up as you go along, just say that you're making it up as you go along and you don't know what the lore is. Because every time you make a new game, Disney tells you that you can't do something. It's fine. We are completely understanding that Disney is stupid. That's fine by us. But don't tell me you know all of this stuff and that all of this lore has existed and continues to exist. Like, Yakutaro, he can do whatever he wants with Nier. He can make it up as he goes along. But he needs to not pretend that all of this was established in, like, the first game. You know? Like, I will flat out tell people, like, yeah, so the world of Versame that all of my, like, stories take place in, like, the lore of that world is still evolving to this day. I don't have 100,000 years of history decided. I don't. I flat out don't. I can tell you that the game that I'm making occurs at a time when I know that 100,000 years of history has occurred. I can flat out tell you that in the first age of Versamy, a bunch of stuff happened. It created all of the races. It was all kinds of crazy. There were gods sprouting out of nowhere, left and right, all the time. I can tell you that. But if you were to ask me who shows up first, Morrigan or Maka, I couldn't tell you. Because I'm making it up as I go along. Because, I'm sorry, 100,000 years of history is a lot of, like, history. But I am willing to admit this. I don't know Versamy's history as much as maybe I should. You know? And I'm 100% going to flat out say, future games may retcon past games because I am making all this shit up as I go along. Like, don't try too hard to figure out how to piece the world's history together perfectly. Because I'm going to be changing it as we go. There's no way I'm going to sit here and have all of this pre-planned. It's impossible. But writers that say like, oh, well, yeah, see, this is chapter 43 of the book. And I definitely knew before even chapter 1 that this guy was going to show up and be a big deal. And it's like, no, you didn't. Some writers can do that. I can flat out tell you that, like, the majority of the novel that I'm working on is pre-planned out. Like, I've got, like, 50-some chapters that I know what's happening in, and I know who the characters in those chapters are. I know what their relevancy is, and so on. I can tell you that. But when I get to chapter 30 of my novel, I'm not going to turn around and tell you, oh yeah, this whole thing with, let's say Thor. I totally planned that way before I even started writing chapter 1. No. No. If Thor shows up in the novel, it's because I decided to add him after this conversation. Because he doesn't, to my knowledge, there is no point Thor will show up in the freaking Scion War novel. If in 2 years from now, the Scion War book has Thor in it, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I knew that 2 years ago. Or now, I guess. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that at this time, I knew. Because that's just, it's so dumb when people do that. And I get why people do it, though. It's because, you know, X person's favorite writer did this really cool thing, and X person couldn't possibly believe that they hadn't planned that from the beginning. And writer doesn't want to break the illusion that this person, you know, this pedestal that they've been put on. Nah. I know my writing's crap. Like, I know that half of the things that are going into the novel that I'm currently working on were invented in my universe as early as 3 weeks ago. Heck, the freaking Anna, the main character of my novel, has 2 friends, Lavina and Ryu. No, that's incorrect. It's Lavina and something else. Because I changed his name because I turned him into a Savaku 3 weeks ago. So I changed his name. I don't remember what the new name is. I'm not going to pretend that Anna's friend being a Savaku was planned from the beginning. Friend who I can't remember the name of because I created him 3 weeks ago. Because I decided that I wanted him to not be generic human, since everybody else in the novel is like fantasy race, and it felt really awkward that I just had a generic human in there, especially one that was named Ryu, which is a Japanese name, and he's not Japanese. And also, Kitsunes are the race that use Japanese nomenclature for their names. So it doesn't really make sense for a human to have a Kitsune name. So I decided to change his name and turn him into a Savaku. Which, of course, the fact that he's a Savaku begs the question of why the heck he is in the city when he should be ruling over the freaking Savaku, because he's the one male Savaku in the last 100 years. So why is he not ruling the Savaku? These are legitimately all things I had to go through just 3 weeks ago. Because I legitimately was writing my novel and I went, I really, really don't like Ryu as a character. Nothing about him fits with my current world's lore. But I can't not include him because he's an important character in the story. So I had to turn him into something and someone else so that he fits the lore. Of course, that does also change his role in the story as well, but I've already worked around that fact. But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend oh yeah, I definitely knew when I created Anna's friend that I don't remember the name of. Keep trying to remember and I'm not remembering it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, oh yeah, when I started the novel 5 years ago, I definitely knew that he was going to be a Savaku. And that him being a Savaku was a major, like, part of the story. And it all makes sense once you understand who Anna actually is. I miss the days of old from The Legend of Zelda, where the development team just didn't really, like, discuss the timeline being a thing. Like, back when, you know, Ocarina of Time came out, and the concept of there being a timeline had just kind of begun to, like, appear in people's minds. And so Nintendo could just be like, yeah, it occurs sometime. Like, yeah, this story is kind of like, you know, when we were developing it, we weren't really sure where it was on the timeline. And we kind of, like, figured it out at the end of the story. But there was a time during development where we actually thought, you know, this idea would actually really work as, like, a game that could be at the beginning of the timeline. And so we worked with that for a while before we decided to move it. And it was just like, oh, so really, like, even they aren't fully set in where the games occur in the timeline. Like, I miss those days when Nintendo could say, yeah, we don't know where it occurs on the timeline. We didn't really think about it. Nowadays, if you so much as insist the very possibility that a game came out and Nintendo still hadn't, like, even upon release, they hadn't decided where it was in the timeline. But, like, people will attack you for that. Like, I don't think that, I really don't think that Nintendo had any idea when Echoes of Wisdom occurred in the timeline. They posted that today, from what I saw online. Somebody on Blue Sky was like, hey, look, the timeline just got updated with Echoes of Wisdom's, like, spot in the timeline. It's after A Link to the Past, by the way. Which we all kind of suspected, considering that they used A Link to the Past world. But I still don't really think they put that much thought into its timeline placement. And I don't really think they put much thought into it at all, you know, during development. Because something like the introduction of Null into the story has wild, absolutely and completely bonkers, like, freaking implications. I was trying to think of the word. Freaking, it has absolutely wild implications if Null exists in Echoes of Wisdom, and Echoes of Wisdom occurs after A Link to the Past. But it's also probably one of those utterly wild implications that Nintendo didn't even think about. Like Vaati. The very implication that Vaati exists and that the Four Sword and all that came into existence and sealed him away on the original timeline before the split. Like, the implications of that is bonkers when you consider that Four Sword Adventures, where we kill Vaati, occurs on the same timeline as Twilight Princess, which means that the timeline has already split. Because that means that Vaati exists on the other two timelines as well, along with the Four Sword. And that he exists and is sealed away somewhere in current Hyrule. It's just like if the idea of the Zonai in Tears of the Kingdom, if that, like, race exists before Skyward Sword, the implications of there is a Zelda that is a dragon flying up in the sky with the Master Sword in her head in literally every other Zelda game. You know? Like, the implications of that are nuts. But it's pretty clear that Nintendo creates each Zelda game to be its own story without really sitting down and, like, deciding an entire, like, well, how does this affect the rest of the timeline? And, you know. And they also just don't really hide the fact. Maybe they do now. But they never really used to. I don't know. I'm not fully, you know, in the know with, like, current developer interviews. But they never used to give off this idea of, like, oh yeah, you know, we knew all of this way ahead of time, you know. Like, they were always pretty good of being, before anyway, they were always pretty good about being like, yeah, so when we made this game, we decided this was the lore, you know? And, like, that's all you gotta do, you know? That's all you gotta do. Just be open and honest about your story. You know, don't pretend it's all pre-planned when it's not. You can say, like, yeah, this one thing that, like, I knew had to have happened some point in lore happened, you know, I knew that, but I didn't know the specifics. Like, yeah, that's fine. That's what I do. I don't know the lore of my world. Not the specifics, anyway. I can tell you that sometime 4,000 years before the events of the novel that I'm working on, the Spirit Stream was created. I can tell you the specifics about how the Spirit Stream was created, because I actually wrote I wrote a sequel novel that touched on that in the story. Hilarious story on that, actually. I was writing a novel for a friend of mine. And we didn't, like, have any plans for what the story was, where it was going to go, nothing like that. The idea was, he had read a manga where there was a what would you call it? Is the Parmesan cheese really over here? Oh yeah, it's up there. I see that. The idea of the manga was like, this guy gets isekai'd into a world, and in that world he is like the master of a dungeon, and he's like in charge of filling it with like monsters and like physically digging out the dungeon like Minecraft style. And like, so he's got like pickaxes and things. And so he's like digging out he's physically like going around and digging out a dungeon. And like, as he digs it out, he can like buy upgrades and like get more powerful and like summon minions and things like that. And he liked the idea a lot. And he came to me one day and he goes, hey, I have this idea for a novel, for a story. You know, I'd like to commission you. And I went, sure, you know, what's your idea? And he shows me, you know, he doesn't hide this either. Like, he straight up shows me the manga that he got inspired from. And he's like, I want it to be like, kind of like this, you know? Like, he's got a dungeon, and like, he's got like minions that, you know, serve him. And like, you know, he's isekai'd, so of course he's super strong. And then like, you know, it's also like Minecraft style, where he's like, you know, physically digging out the dungeon himself and all that. You know, I'm like going over the idea with him, and I'm like, yeah, I think I could do something like that. And so the first thing that I go to in ideas is I actually turn to, there's a game series called Dungeon Keeper. And in said, you know, in said game series, you are the Dungeon Keeper. You are the they call you the Dungeon Keeper, but the games that came after it that were made by fans, because the original company went under, like some fans wanted to make the games, create sequels to the games, and so they did. And so it's like, yeah, you're the Underlord. And so it's like, alright, so he's the Underlord of this, dungeon. And having already kind of attempted to make a Dungeon Keeper-like story at one point, I started to take things from that old idea that I had and started to use them for this story. And it was like, okay, so who and what is the Underlord? Well, the Underlord is some kind of demon. And so I was like, all right, so he looks like he looks like a demon, he's got like the demon, tail and the horns and then so it's like, okay, so he's a demon-like creature, and it was like, all right, and he gets like the first couple of minions that he gets are like super strong, but they look weak. And so I'm like, all right, I can work with that. He gets these couple of minions that are like really, they look physically like they're not very strong. So the first one I give him is a slime, big black ooze creature. And I go, yeah, it's a Shoggoth. And of course, if you know anything about freaking H.P. Lovecraft, like Shoggoth are these like ridiculously like nasty creatures. So it's like, yeah, it looks like a little black slime and it just kind of sludges across the floor. But when it gets into a fight, it like pulls itself up and eyeballs sprout out of the goo and gigantic mouths, horrific looking mouths spawn out of the goo, and tentacles go flailing, and it becomes this horrific monster that just annihilates things. But until it turns into that, it just looks like a little slime. And he's like, yeah, I like that. That's a great idea. And he goes, what if the other minion is like a cat girl or something? Like looks really pathetic, really weak, things like that. And so I bring in Miko. That's the name that I give her. Her introductory scene is Underlord Abraxas is standing there at the portal. He has summoned the Shoggoth in. He's done some more work on his dungeon. And he's like, all right, I'm going to summon something. I've just built this like big room that should attract some good monsters. I'm going to open the portal and I'm going to summon something good, He's like, so far all he's got is a slime. It's not great. He doesn't know it's a Shoggoth yet. And he's like, all I've got is just a freaking slime. And he opens the portal, and out comes a cat girl. And this cat girl is dressed in a pajama shirt and underwear. And that's all she's wearing. And Miko, the cat girl, steps out of the portal, takes one look at Abraxas, yawns, and says, are you my new master? Good. And then she promptly walks over to the lair and falls asleep. And the last line of the first chapter is, how am I supposed to, it's written in first person, so it's Abraxas, telling the story. And he goes, how am I supposed to protect my dungeon when the only monsters that I get are a slime and a lazy cat girl? And later in the story, of course, I end up revealing that Miko is actually a warrior of light. I think I used the term Knight of Light, but still. Because I think this was before I had gotten into like Final Fantasy XIV. But Miko is a warrior of light, which means that she's actually a good guy, which of course immediately brings in the question of how did he summon a hero into his demon dungeon, And it's like, okay, so actually what happened is another Underlord had captured Miko and had, like, she had been part of this big group that had, like, went into one of the most powerful Underlord dungeons in an attempt to take that Underlord down. And she was the only survivor of it. And the only reason she survived was because the Underlord that they fought against was so dang freaking evil that he took Miko and gave Miko to his behemoth, massive monster that's in his dungeon. One of the three titans that that Underlords can summon. And it's like, yeah, she was given, a hero, a warrior of light, was given to the behemoth to be a chew toy. And the behemoth liked her so much as a chew toy that the Underlord just effectively cursed her with an ability to just constantly regenerate. And so the behemoth is constantly eating her, and then she's in severe pain, and then she can't die. Because, Underlords are legitimately evil incarnate, as the novel puts it. So, like he is so dang evil that he doesn't care. He thinks this is great. That he can, give this hero to his behemoth and just let it freaking sit there and nom on her and have all kinds of fun with her. And at some point, and I don't remember the reasoning I had given, but at some point Miko had managed to escape from that Underlord. But she couldn't leave the underworld unless she got to a hero gate and a hero let her through. Except that when the Warriors of Light open the gates, they are one way. So even if she went to a gate and waited for another group to come through the gate, because they're coming through the gate, she can't go out the gate because they're coming in. And once they're in, then she would have to wait for them to return and open the way for them to get out. Except that very few Knights of Light that go in tend to return because the Underlords are that powerful and that evil. But also, if they don't keep the Underlords under wraps and constantly fight against them, they will become so powerful that they will just break out of the underworld and just lay siege to the entire world. So it's like, the idea is, if you're a Knight of Light, then congratulations. You basically are sacrificing yourself to go into the underworld and fight this impossibly strong monster that you are 99% likely to not survive fighting. But your army going in will weaken them. And every once in a while, the Knights of Light will end up discovering a newborn, quote-unquote, Underlord. And these, newborn Underlords don't have a lot of defenses. They don't have a lot of monsters, like Abraxas at that point in the storyline. When the Knights of Light come in and attack him for the first time, he's got like 2 goblins, Miko, and the Shoggoth. And that's it. Like, that is the entirety of his forces. If those Knights of Light come in and like succeed on destroying his dungeon core, he's dead. Like, as soon as the dungeon core is destroyed, he is banished to the true underworld, essentially. But with the term underworld in this case basically meaning like dungeon. If he dies, he gets legitimately sent to the real underworld, the land of the dead, And so it's like, great, what's he going to do when he's got nothing? And the Shoggoth is kind of, just sliming its way around. And Miko sees that the dungeon is under attack and everything. And she steps in and she whips out these 2 daggers out of nowhere. And in a, instant, she kills, 2 of the knights before they can even react. And then the Shoggoth, sludges up to one of the other knights. And the knight swings his sword and it just splat right into the Shoggoth and doesn't do any damage. And then the Shoggoth just rises up and opens its many mouths and just chomp. The knight is just shredded. And it's amazing. It's an amazing scene, if I do say so myself. I realize I'm the writer, but it's this great scene where the Knights of Light, have a small army of units come in and they get utterly annihilated by Abraxas's, nothing army, basically. Because Miko and the Shoggoth are that strong. And it's like, oh, I see. You're actually, good. You don't, Miko's you don't know what that is? Abraxas is well, it's a slime, isn't it? And she goes, that's a Shoggoth. Abraxas is like, what the heck is a Shoggoth? And then the Shoggoth, rises up and, spawns all of its eyes and mouths and tentacles and everything. And it's it's one of the more powerful Void Scent that exists. It's extremely strong, practically invincible. And at that point, Abraxas realizes, oh crap. I didn't realize. Miko ends up realizing that Abraxas knows nothing about being an Underlord, because when he was born as an Underlord, every Underlord spawns wherever their heart spawns. Wherever their heart is created, that's where the Underlord, like, starts. And when you are born as an Underlord, I've been doing a lot of talking, so now my throat, I had to stop and get a drink there. But when you are, born into being an Underlord, your core, your dungeon heart. I don't remember if I called it a dungeon heart or a dungeon core. But regardless, the core of the dungeon is legitimately like the person's actual heart. It's a massive structure, but it is legitimately the Underlord's heart. Their dungeon is physically their body. That they have this absolutely massive body that they can move around in the underworld. 4650. And the heart is legitimately the heart of their it legitimately is the heart of their like body. And when you like become an Underlord, the first thing that happens is you're given a little bit of information about who you are and what you are. You are then presented with your dungeon and shown what it is. It's then assumed that as an Underlord, you are then going to return to your heart and learn more about who you are, what a dungeon is, etc. Abraxas didn't do that. Abraxas saw that he had a dungeon and just was like, oh, okay. And he just started doing stuff. So he didn't return to his heart to learn more. And this would technically have been fine if he hadn't opened the first portal. As soon as you open a portal in your dungeon, as an Underlord, you are then connected to the rest of the underworld. Until you do that, you actually cannot be, like, located. You can't be, like, divined. You know, nobody can find you or even, like, know that you exist until you connect to the rest of the underworld. What this means is you have effectively an infinite amount of time to build up your dungeon before you have to worry about encountering other Underlords or encountering Knights of Light. The moment you open that portal, you are connected to the underworld, and Underlords can find you, and Knights of Light can find you. You are expected to spend a week at least, anywhere between three to 7 days in your heart, in your core, whatever I called it, learning about what a dungeon is, what being an Underlord is, what you are, who you are, etc. So as long as you haven't opened a portal, you are completely safe to do this and can learn as much as you want before anybody can find you, before you have to worry about any kind of threat to your dungeon. Abraxas opened a portal as like the second thing he did once he became an Underlord. And so Miko's like, so you don't know anything about being an Underlord? And he's like, I thought I would just figure it out as I went along. Miko, explains all of this to him about the whole, like, you're supposed to stay in your heart until you learn what being an Underlord is. And so she shoves him back into his heart, and then, he spends a few days in the heart while her and the Shoggoth, sit there and basically, guard everything. And when he does emerge from his heart, after I think it was like 3 or 4 days, he goes, holy crap, I didn't know. And Miko's just like, yeah, like, duh. Like, this is freaking, like, you need to know this stuff, And so, Abraxas, of course, learns what he needs to about what, being an Underlord and so on. And then he begins to be an Underlord. He does all of the things that an Underlord has to do. Paying his minions with gold that he creates magically. Because they are his minions, but they are monsters, and they don't work for free. Abraxas, Miko explains, like, that you're, like, payday is coming, and, like, that, you're gonna need to, like, pay your monsters, your minions. And Abraxas is like, what do you mean pay my minions? And Miko's just like, oh my god. This freaking Underlord, he doesn't know anything. Like, what the frick? She doesn't care about what he knows. All she cares about is surviving. Because she knows that if Abraxas gets attacked by another Underlord and he dies, then that Underlord can just, like, take all of his minions. And not only that, but, like, if another Underlord does attack him, there's every chance that she will die trying to protect him. Things like that. So she's just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that you, like, don't even understand the basics of what being an Underlord is. Like, what the frick? And, so she has to sit down and teach him a lot of stuff and, show him what being an Underlord is meant to be, And, Abraxas is all like, well, so I'm, evil incarnate, right? And she's like, yeah. Like, you're supposed to be, like, wicked and evil and, like, mean. And Abraxas is like, but what if I don't want to do that? She's like, what do you mean you don't want to be evil? He's like, it was, like, it seemed like it was, fun and games and such. It seemed like a fun concept. I get to be evil. I get to control all these monsters and make them do whatever I want. But then I kind of realized, like, this is real life, isn't it? And she's like, well, yeah, of course it is. Like, what else would it be? He's like, yeah, I can't do that. I'm not a bad person. I'm not evil. And she's like, but you're supposed to be evil. And so they have this, like, big fight about the fact that he is supposed to be evil, and he refuses to be evil. It's so hilarious, like, the dynamic between the two of them. And, like, the story was just supposed to be this like chapter by chapter fun romp. You know, ooh, what hijinks, you know, does Abraxas get into this time kind of story. And about 6, maybe 7 chapters in, I was like, I'm going to pull from Dungeon Keeper again. And I'm going to say that Underlords are always seeking a way to escape the underworld. Because if they can escape the underworld, they can, like, lay siege to the overworld, and they are legitimately evil incarnate, and they are wicked, and they are powerful, and, like, they have spells. Like, they can just, like, cast a spell and just create a massive lightning storm in the middle of their dungeon. And, you know, stuff like that. Like, Abraxas realizes, like, oh, other Underlords are seeking these things called portal gems that will, like, allow them out of the underworld. But also, it's what the Knights of Light use to enter the underworld. So he decides to be the good guy. He's going to find the portal gems and destroy all of them, so that the Knights of Light can't go to the underworld anymore. And by doing that, he prevents the Knights of Light from attacking the other Underlords. But at the same time, like, then he's also become the hero who prevents the Underlords from getting out into the overworld. Because if there are no portal gems, nobody gets in or out of the underworld. And so, like, he makes it his mission. I'm going to just find and destroy all of the portal gems. And as he starts, like, finding the portal gems and destroying them, he realizes that, like, these things are more than, you know, what he thought. Like, he just thought they were gems that you use to create a portal. That's what their name sounds like. But no, they're actually these, like, gigantic crystalline structures that the Knights of Light use. And, like, they explode when you destroy them, you know? And, like, they're actually these, like, really powerful things that give the Knights of Light, like, all of these buffs and benefits and things. And, like, they're legitimately dangerous. Not just to, you know, the Underlords, but legitimately dangerous to the Knights who are using them. You know, the Knights don't realize just how dangerous these things really are. They just discovered what they were, they discovered how to use them, and have been using them to fight the Underlords ever since. And he's like, okay, I have to destroy these things, you know? Like, originally he was destroying them to be the hero, so that the Underlords weren't going to be under attack anymore. But now he's doing it to be the hero, as in, like, to save the Knights themselves from themselves, you know? Whoops, I already have. Yes, I did have one of those in there. And so he's like, alright, you know, I'm gonna freaking, like, destroy these portal gems because they're legitimately a bad thing. And then he goes through a bunch of, like, you know, different things happening in the story where he's learning more and more about himself and who he is. and like what his role in the world actually is. And you think that I forgot how we got here into this conversation, but I didn't. See, because I started this conversation talking about the spirit stream. And the spirit stream is a place that draws souls out of the void and gives them new life in Versamy, or really any world in the Versamy universe. I generally refer to it as the Aletheia galaxy, but technically they could live outside of the Aletheia galaxy if they wanted to. It just requires having been there at some point. So, but the spirit stream basically creates these beings out of these souls called Milesians. And the Milesians have the ability to effectively live forever, because every time they die, they are reborn in the spirit stream. And when they're reborn in the spirit stream, this allows them to decide if they want to move on to another universe, return to the void and move on, or if they want to get a new body, essentially, and, live again on the world. And so they're effectively, they're immortal in that regard. They can be killed. They can die from any natural causes. They can even die from old age if they just don't die or aren't reborn in some way for a long enough time, And so, like, it turns out that, that's this thing called the spirit stream exists, and all Milesians come from the spirit stream, including him. And that's when the big reveal comes of all of the Underlords are Milesians. When a Milesian dies due to a curse that was placed on the spirit stream during the Scion War, sometimes Milesians are reborn in the underworld instead of in the spirit stream. And when that happens, they are turned into Underlords. What's even worse about that is that because they're reborn in the underworld, when they die, they don't return to the spirit stream like they're supposed to. As it turns out, the first Underlord created a space in the underworld where any Underlord that dies is pulled into that space and forced to live eternally, basically, as an ethereal, can't touch anything, can't do anything, can't leave the space. I don't want to say ghost, but effectively a ghost. And, that you end up discovering, like, oh, so actually the Underlords have not been going to the realm of the dead. It turns out that the realm of the dead, the Valley of the Dead that we have been referring to, is actually a trap for Underlords. Because the first Underlord was created by a Milesian. And he was never given a purpose. He was told to be the first Underlord, and one day that Milesian was going to come back to him and give that Underlord a purpose. He never came back. At the end of the Scion War, that Milesian was gone. And he didn't know that. He didn't know what was going on. And so finally he just decided, well, screw it. I'm gonna find this Milesian. And so the first Underlord is the one that places the curse that causes Milesians to sometimes become Underlords instead of being reborn in the Spirit Stream. And that's when Abraxas discovers he's the Milesian that started the entire Underlord thing to begin with. He was the one that created the first Underlord. And so the first Underlord has spent thousands of years looking for Abraxas, essentially. Abraxas, meanwhile, has not been able to be reborn either as an Underlord or in the Spirit Stream, because at the end of the Scion War, he ended up getting cursed to become a monster known as the Tarrasque. This horrible creature that could regenerate and be revived and revive and revive and revive, and never could his soul separate. At least that was what that was what was assumed. But every time the Tarrasque died, a part of his soul would break off from the Tarrasque. And finally, enough of his soul breaks off of the Tarrasque that it's finally able to become sentient and exist. And he becomes an Underlord at that moment. But he has no memory of his time as a Milesian at all. And so, like, I tell I explain, this is what the Spirit Stream is. This is how it came into being. Guess what, Abraxas? You're a Milesian. In fact, you're the Milesian that started this whole process. And so, by the end of the story, it becomes Abraxas was the one that began the Underlords. So now Abraxas is going to be the one that ends the Underlords. And he goes out, he destroys all of the portal gems, he defeats the Emperor of the Knights of Light and ends the Knights of Light completely, just, straight up. And then, just before he destroys the last portal gem, he takes the couple of, non-evil Underlords that had become his allies, and they leave the underworld and then close the last gate. And so there are no Underlords left. He ends the curse because he kills the first Underlord, and with the death of the first Underlord, it breaks the curse that's on the Spirit Stream. So no more Underlords will be created. And so now all it is bringing the last 3 or 4 Underlords who actually survive and are not evil, and bringing them in, bringing them into the world. And it was such a fun story to write. But because I ended up writing that story, I ended up creating the history of the Spirit Stream and how it came into existence and when it came into existence and so on, because it was legitimately important for the story. You know? And like I said, you thought that I had forgotten how we got here. But as you can tell, I did in fact remember. The reason that we started all of this conversation was because I mentioned that I had to create a novel that told the origins of the Spirit Stream. I wonder how many people remembered that was... I wonder how many people actually remembered that was how we got here, considering I've been talking about this for the last 45 minutes. It is what it is. Carrots of happiness. Also, I was talking during the freaking... I don't know... I think it was Build a Little World with Me, but I was talking during one of the Rockwin songs. And boy, am I glad I was talking and thinking during that, because I did not want to be crying again. If you watched the last VOD, if you weren't here for this stream, like, go check the last VOD. Because you'll see, like, I have 3 of the Rockwin songs in here. Build a Little World with Me. I think the ending credits theme, which I think is called Jump. And then I have... It's not the ending credits theme. Amori no Kokoro. The final, like, song of the game. I have those 3 in... I have those 3 in this playlist. And I legitimately was crying during both freaking Build a Little World with Me and Jump. It wasn't so much crying during Mori no Kokoro because it's so short, but were like any longer I would have been. Alrighty, have a good night, Adam. But yeah, I kind of want, like, that novel is finished. And I kind of want to just release it, like, sell it. But I also don't know if I can. Like, I don't want to spoil a big aspect of the Scion War novel. And, like, I know I talked a little, but I, like, actually did not tell you the big spoiler. Like, I don't know that I want to spoil, like, the big spoiler. In the Scion War. But also, like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to, like, write the Scion War. So it's like, I might as well, like, write this story, you know, and get it published. Oh my lord. We have so many customers. Like, my checkouts are both full. I think I'm going to need to hire another cashier. Like, I legitimately think that I'm going to have to, like, get a second checkout. Or a third checkout. And hire another cashier because my checkouts are actually full right now. Like, you can only have 4 customers in the checkout, and every time I look up, I can see 4 people in the line. That's not counting his. Oh, and now I'm down to 2. But yeah, I bet a bunch of the customers were actually like, all the checkouts are full, and I just didn't like see that notification pop up because it pops up over their heads. Oh my gosh, so many customers. Yep, I think it is about that time that I get a third cash register. Because I'm not going to, you know, hire another cashier and then just have that. Because I am faster. So I would actually be slowing my store down incredibly if I hired a cashier and didn't get another register for myself. And I don't want to deal with the self-checkout thing that they've implemented. So I think I'm just going to have to get a whole nother freaking checkout register. And then hire a dude to run the one that I'm running right now. Oh my lord. There's still so many customers in the store. And it's freaking 9 o'clock already. Whoop, that guy was coming in. I usually stop and look both ways to check and make sure, but I didn't this time. Like, there's still like 7 customers in the store. Look at this. Because he's got 2 there. There's like 5 walking around still. I have so many customers. It's great, but also, holy crap, I need freaking more registers. I need more checkout people. I've got 3 restockers going, and they're freaking running around to like the maximum that they can possibly do to like keep things restocked. Boosted. I afford a small little boost on him. Just enough to get these last 2 customers out of here. I hope I got a profit today. I didn't get a profit yesterday. But I think that was also because I bought this section. So, pretty sure I bought this yesterday along with like the lights. So, good job, sir. You're still slow as crap all day long because I don't boost you. That's technically not my fault. It's just work. Or like, do your job and do it well. I don't know why I can't put lights over on this side. So weird that it won't let me do that. 54 customers. Ugh. 252, man. Supply costs $3,000. Oh my lord. I am spending almost the same amount in like supply as I am on my freaking income. That's crazy, dude. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I seem to be like struggling. Maybe it has something to do with the amount of customers, though. Or, you know, the fact that these prices are way too freaking high. And these items are too expensive by a lot. Wonder if some of these prices dropped by that much, or if these were items that I just didn't see have been too expensive for a while. 353. Cause I should be selling under the market price by a decent amount. This can actually go up. This is 252. That could go up 250. Lower this down to 3. 11, 20, 11, 4, 4, 276, 250. 4, so 5 and 5. 520. This was yesterday. Apparently I didn't change. Apparently I missed that. Yeah, I wonder if I've missed some like that. 550. Ooh, this one went up. I missed it. 652 at 652 actually. 655, 650, 194, 2, 261, 250, 432, 450, 602, 6, 550, 4 exact. More or less $2, $3, more or less 250. 250 by 280, I think. $3, 10, $2, 450, 650, yeah, 11, 650, 3, 250, 12, yeah, well, 4. Meow! Meow! Well, come here. Oh my lord. Oh wait, no, I'm reading it wrong. I thought this said 1440. I had 1550, but no, I was reading something wrong. It was 1541. I thought I had this for almost like an entire like dollar over. I was like, holy crap. No, we're good on that. Hi, kitty cat. 450, 13, 250, 650, 6, 8, 750, 14, 350, 13, freaking 25 for sushi. Now, this thing sells, like, really well, though. The freaking large sushi. Like, both of the sushis sell really well, but, like, the freaking sushi sells really well. Let's lower this down to 19. 1150, 10. 450, 5. 350, 10. This can go up to 1050. 12 is good. 2650. I mean, the freaking beer kegs are selling pretty well too. 3, 450, 550, 4, 12. Sometimes you gotta stop and just look and just double check all of your prices, because sometimes your prices are just wrong. Even the game thinks I should have 3 freaking cashiers right now. That I'm freaking store level 39? Oh my lord. When did I get that high? away. The space and time. It'll probably get claimed, but like I said, I don't use... I don't get money from YouTube, so I'm not too concerned. And you know what? If freaking ads pay Markiplier for his music, you know what? That's fine by me. Because freaking... I know Markiplier has, you know, all the money he could ever want. But, like, he's actually, like, a good freaking, like, rich person, you know? He's the kind of, like, rich person that I would like to be. If, you know, by some miracle, I happen to, you know, get rich. Like, I want to be his kind of rich person, where, like, he's actually a really good, like, person. Versus, you know, Elon Musk. Or Jeff Bezos. Who are terrible human beings. Got it. Not that I can really put anything here. Like, I can't really, like, put any more racks here at the moment. Where's that paint? Oh, that's right, I used it all up. Right, I got 2 strips right here. Still the paint. I used it all up. It's fine. And this is my extra... I don't know that I want to move this right now. Freaking, I love violin music, man. Like, music that is made with the violin is amazing. That's unfortunate. So upset that I can't play Rhythm Thief because it's on my 3DS. But hey, when this new computer comes in, I might be able to play it.
Okay, Kaiba, this time I'm really gonna beat you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Please, Wheeler, I could just beat you with my hands tied behind my back. What makes you think you can win this time? Well, I'm glad you asked. Okay, where the hell is that music coming from? Nye, 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 nye. Please tell me you're not going to sing. Nye, 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 nye. Look, I'll pay you.
You're about to money right now if you don't sing.
Nye, 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 nye. Nye, 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 nye. Nye, 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 nye. I wanna duel 'em like they do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Face down, face up, trap card, spell
I
and time rule.
almost
I
forgot
love
that
it.
I
All
bought
I
this
do is
guy.
just believe in the heart of the card.
This is my checkout now.
But when I use
All the way down here.
oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
Open.
Ain't no surprise. Check out
Oh man, that means that the freaking light, like, I'm gonna, when it comes time to do the freaking light, I have to come all the way over here.
my red eyes. Can't be
Ooh,
mine,
I
can't
hadn't
be mine,
considered
no,
that.
they can't be mine.
Brooklyn
Brooklyn
Rage.
I don't wanna be a furry. Can't beat mine, no, they can't beat my Brooklyn Rage. I don't wanna
Be a furry.
Rap, Brooklyn Rage, rap, Brooklyn Rage. Rap, Brooklyn Rage, rap, Brooklyn Rage. My sister's side is on the line, I gotta win. They'll learn to run soon as they see my creepy chin.
I don't wanna be a furry.
Russian roulette is not the same
It's so
without a
true.
gun. But since we're the
Also, hello.
we must make do without one.
Sucks.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I just love that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
It sucks.
whoa. Ain't no surprise. Check out my red eyes. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ain't no surprise. Check out my red eyes. Can't beat mine, no, they can't beat my Brooklyn Rage. I don't wanna be a furry. Can't beat mine, no, they can't beat my
This
Brooklyn
sucks
Rage.
being over here.
I don't wanna be a furry.
Like my checkout being over here, and also it being the third checkout. Like, this sucks. Cause like they have to get to like 2 on each checkout before somebody will come over here.
And I'm groovy with my Yugi. I'm not bagging, I'm just hanging with my baby dragon. Met this chick with giant boobies, treated us like we were newbies. And she's such a nest, such a nest. Check this dick,
I ain't second class.
Can't beat mine, no, they
They
can't
can
beat
beat my Brooklyn Rage.
I don't wanna be a furry.
Can't beat mine, no, they can't beat my Brooklyn Rage.
I don't wanna be
Yes,
a
that is
furry. Can't beat
me
mine,
attempting
can't
the
beat mine, no,
Brooklyn
they can't beat
accent.
my
It's
Brooklyn
terrible.
Rage. I don't wanna be a furry. Can't beat mine,
Oh my
can't
gosh,
beat
it's
mine,
already
no, they
halfway
can't
through the
beat
day.
my
I haven't had a
Brooklyn
single customer over
Rage.
here.
Wanna be a furry. Can't beat mine,
I know
can't
when
beat
it picks
mine,
up
no, they
and gets
can't
really
beat
busy,
my
it's gonna be
Brooklyn
swamped.
Rage.
But, oh, hey.
Can't beat mine, no, they can beat my Brooklyn Rage.
I mean, as long as they're keeping up with customers, it's not a big deal. If I don't have any, it just kind of sucks that, like, you know, because like I have nothing to do until I get a customer now. So I'm just like standing here watching. I know that, you know, once like 4 or 5 hits and the massive of customers comes in, like, it'll get real busy at that point, but and I can't even like determine if a customer is coming here by looking, because they could just be walking around to these shelves. You know? Can't even be like, oh, there's a customer coming. Oh. What is that timing? Oh my gosh, I wasn't even trying there. Couldn't have timed that better if I had tried. That was amazing, dude. Probably too late, but I'll hit make a clip. Maybe I can turn that into a short or something. Might be too late. I might have hit the button too late to get a good clip out of it. Might have to go look at the freaking VOD and see where that pops up and whether or not I can like make another clip out of it. So we have bread, and we have sandwich bread. So what's the difference between bread and sandwich bread? That is the part that sucks, that I have to walk all the way over there to turn the lights on. I might move him over here. One, it'll give me more customers, and he can kind of serve as just a backup. So I'm not just standing here doing nothing. Oh wow, I had like no customers over here at this checkout. I've had like 5, maybe 6. It's already almost closing time. I mean, it means that those guys are keeping up pretty well. I also may not be getting that many customers today. I don't know. I'll have to check. We usually get, what, 54 customers? Could also be that freaking people aren't buying much. It's also annoyingly dark in this corner. Like the light's there, so it shines down. But it doesn't illuminate out that way. It illuminates in this way. So all of the items are really dark over here. And is closing time. About the only thing that closing does at night is prevents new customers from coming in. Which you wouldn't think would be a big deal, like, oh, hey, I keep getting more customers, you know? But because you can't buy anything right now at night, you just kind of end up, you would have, you could technically allow customers to come in forever. But eventually you would run out of stock. So, but yeah, it just prevents new people from coming in while you're waiting on customers to finish checking out. Bloop. Bloop. And that's it. That's the last customer. Store level 40. $56 customers. So we had the same amount of customers, but with the extra checkouts, it just felt like nothing. That's insane, dude. So this went up in price. It's now $6.50. And I've checked all the 2 days and 3 days, and all of the 1 day ago. So I've just got to check the stuff that has arrows on it. 220. This one up to 1236, dude. 1250. Hey, some of these haven't changed in 50 days, 55 days. I see. I didn't buy an extra because I wasn't sure. But when he came out to grab to stock, I'm like, I see. I do, so I do need the extra box. I bet. Maybe not. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. Because he might bring that box back. He did. Bought that box back, so there's one extra. So technically it might have been fine to have only bought what I did in the end. Oh wait, no, because I only bought 3 to begin with. This is chicken. Ta-da! So actually, no, we did buy the correct amount. Awesome. We have so much freaking butter, though. This is Cerise Battle, isn't it? Where are y'all at? It's stocking. Not done. Not done yet. Good to know. Egg. I love that there's like a 16-bit, an 8-bit, and then like a normal like version for the song. it's so hard to like reach up there. There's the freaking like metal version. I freaking love Evoland too, man. It's so good. I really do think I'm gonna play it after Minish Cap, assuming I remember this time. But it also depends a lot on when I finish Minish Cap. Because that's gonna be based off of like when the new, you know, when I finish Minish Cap versus when I freaking get my new computer. That's the same rack for water. Yeah, oh my gosh! Freaking the white water is on the exact opposite side of as the blue water. That's amazing. I didn't even try to do that. Like, I didn't do that on purpose. Oh no.
Pharaoh, Pharaoh, your foolishness forces me to sing. I shall have both your throne and your millennium ring.
Listen, Limey, I don't think you understand a thing. Everybody knows that it is good to be the king. I'm handsome, good to be the king. I'm handsome, good to be the king.
Look at Pharaoh's throne, dude.
Knows that it is good to be the king. Just because you have a sexy scar upon your face, you think you've got the right to
Command the Egyptian race.
stand against the
Pharaoh is a fight you're bound to lose.
beat you.
I won't need my raven leather shoes.
Stop groaning, guys, stop caring hours ago. Only a fool picks a
Fight with the Pharaoh.
Stop groaning, I don't even want to know how in the hell you got screen time on this.
Really should stop wasting money on speakers. But music, dude. Like, if we're gonna have music everywhere, then freaking music everywhere. If we're gonna have custom music, then freaking have music, you know, custom music playing. My Pharaoh's throne.
Do you want? Come on, throw me a bone, 'cause you're not gonna take my Pharaoh's throne. You flip all the cards in your trap card.
That's all, you're not gonna take my Pharaoh's throne.
The way you slaughtering my home, even if it was your father, made my rage grew faster, made me a right bastard. You might be the pharaoh, but now I'm the dungeon master, bringing a disaster. Pardon all my laughter.
Not for nothing, but your nonsense is kind of a bore. I was more intimidated
By those guys from season 4.
Sometimes I wonder who you think that you are fooling. I summon my Egyptian gods, 'cause we'll be dueling. Slifer! We'll be dueling. We'll be dueling. So summon all your monster cards, 'cause we'll be dueling. Stop moaning, stop groaning, guys, stop caring hours ago. Only a fool picks a fight with the Pharaoh. Stop moaning, stop groaning, I don't even want to know.
Speaker.
You've got screen time on this.
Like, where did the other speaker go?
Moaning, stop groaning, we stopped caring hours ago.
There, music.
Pharaoh picks a fight with the Pharaoh. Stop moaning, stop
Have music play.
I don't even want to know.
Even though I'm sure that these Yu-Gi-Oh tasks will get claimed by the original artists. You know, not Little Karibo, but the people that Little Karibo is spoofing. But it's fine. I don't care. So I don't get money off YouTube anyway. I'm not even sure I get money off of freaking VOD watches here on Twitch, so. Like, I legitimately don't know how much, like, the VOD getting muted affects, like, the amount of money that I get here on Twitch. I mean, I barely get any money here on Twitch anyway. Like, I could do this and not get paid by Twitch, and I wouldn't even know, because freaking I'm not paying attention to my freaking, you know, Twitch income anymore. Like, I don't need to pay attention to my Twitch income anymore because I have disability, so. Oh no. It's jump. I'm not talking and focused off the song, which means I'm gonna cry.
If we jump into the water, would we swim or would we drown? If we build a set of wings, then could we fly or just fall down? And if you keep talking to me through this darkness, through this night, I'll be alright. Though we were without a map, without a plan, without a destination, we knew where we were going.
The songs just, these songs are just so good, dude.
Climb so we could see all that below us before we let go. And we fly, and we fall. Hold my hand through it all. If we jump into the water, would we swim or would we drown? If we build a set of wings, then could we fly or just fall down? And if you keep talking to me through this darkness, through this night, I'll be alright. I'll be alright. Be alright. Would you hold me so I'd never be afraid? As the sky falls down around us now, if you tell me everything will be okay, I'll believe you. You don't have to tell me how.
Ooh, voice crack.
Jump into the water,
Would we swim or would we drown? If we build a set of wings, then should we fly or just fall down? And if you keep talking to me through this darkness, through this night, I'll be alright. Long version. I was on the wrong version of this. I was at the wrong part of the song in my singing. Alright. Well, it is 4.5 hours. How much more music we got exactly? On Pokemon Cypher theme? You know, still way up here. Cypher admin battle. Still got another hour of music to go. Oh boy. Yep. I think I picked a good set of music. I don't want 2 speakers. Ooh, I didn't know you could do that. Don't want 2 speakers. I just want 1. Because the music is very left ear at the computer. There, better. So, I mean, what is the next freaking upgrade? Probably section 6. Because this is 5,600. Oh boy. It's also store level 42, so, I mean, we're not there yet. It'll probably be section 6 of the store. Well, maybe it'll be section 6 of the storage. That would be nice to get this to go further that way. Quick, guess that Pokemon game. Guess the game and the theme itself, if you can. Those are good. I technically can do a 3rd cashier. Actually, I have the checkout. I have my checkouts complete. So I don't actually even need to be cashiering at all. Not gonna stop me from cashiering, but I don't need to be cashiering now. Still only have the tablet for the license. I think I've spent enough money today. If you guessed that was Generation 7, right? 7? Yes. It was Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. So, technically Generation 1, but that particular remake was Generation 7. And it was a gym battle. That said, unfortunately, it has been 4.5 hours. It's 4:30 a.m. because this was a late night stream because I did not know if I would be on, Friday. So I did Friday stream now. And if I am around on Friday, then I'll be live in, again, like 12 hours from now, basically. So, As always, I will ensure that I keep everybody up to date on Blue Sky, where you can find me. So check that out. Or if you're here at Twitch, you can always follow. But if you are over on YouTube, then feel free to subscribe. Nice. I hope you've enjoyed. I know I have. You can check the playlist for other VODs as soon as I figure out how to add more videos to playlists after I've created them. I go to freaking the content, the creator studio or whatever, YouTube studio. I go to the edit playlist. If you go to the videos, I go to the playlist. Go to the playlist. And if it's a brand new one, I can click add videos to playlist. If there's even one video in there, it does not let me do that. I don't know why. It's weird. It makes no sense. It's like, shouldn't I have the ability to add more after I've added video? I don't know. There's no music over here. There's really none over here. Oh my goodness. I need another speaker. Maybe even two. You know what? Don't need that as direct as it was anymore. And then I've got this one there and that one there. That's good enough for now. I put this behind originally. I'm gonna keep it back there. Why am I gonna keep it back there? Because I am going to box this up. Put that in there. To pick this up. Put this dude. I boxed up the other checkout. That way there was no chance that he would go to the other checkout. And put him here. And I gotta make sure these line up again. Oop. There we go. But yeah. Sorry, I got distracted by wanting to move these. Let's see. So subscribe, playlist, Patreon. Check that out. And with that, I will see you all. Oh, he didn't move. How about that? Next time. See you later.